His name is Red Roberts. I anticipate we'll hear from Mr. Roberts. She then goes to a barbecue at Troy Davis's home. Now, Troy Davis, as some of you may know, was the former superintendent at that time. He was working down in Lowndes County, but they still lived here. Because of her job with the school, she had gotten to know Mr. Davis. Thank you. Best laid plans, right? We tested this on Friday. You'll hear that she's at the barbecue for some time. This is the picture that you'll see of Miss Grinstead. Again, I believe the last picture that's taken of her. This is also, you'll see from the pageant itself. Now, you'll hear that she goes to this barbecue at Mr. Davis' house. His wife is there, some other friends are there, and she stays until sometime in the afternoon. This was the day, October, in South Georgia, folks were watching the Georgia game. So some of them had very particular memories about times, and you'll hear from them. You'll hear that when she leaves, and Mr. Davis walks her out to her car, tells her goodbye. To her knowledge, he is the last person to see her alive other than Ryan Duke. She goes home. No one hears from her again. You'll hear on October 23rd, 2005, which is the day after the sweet potato pageant, no one can find her. Now these are records of some phones that the caller ID that you'll hear about. You've heard us ask some questions about when we used to have home phones. She had a home phone. And when they arrived and checked her caller ID, what they learned was that people were desperate to find her. You'll see that among other things, Pete Dykes calls her at 8:23, at 9:45, at just after midnight at 12:33, he calls her 3 different times. But he's not the only one who's desperate to find her. Her mother, Tara Grinstead, whose faith has now passed away. But at the time, she and Mr. Dykes had been communicating, and neither one of them could find Tara. Miss Faye is calling. Well, these aren't the only phone calls you'll see, but these are the people who we know were trying desperately to find Tara. Because at this point, by the time that Mr. Dykes is calling her at 12:30 in the morning, she's not been heard from for over 24 hours. Now you'll hear that Mr. Dykes and Tara Grinstead had a romantic relationship. You'll also hear that he was married. At the time, and still does, he worked for the city of Perry. He had known Tara Grinstead before he was married. They grew up in the same area. And they at some point had started a romantic relationship. And Mr. Dykes, when he testifies, will talk to you about that. He actually drove to her residence. Those phone calls that you see that are back to back to back. He's outside. He'll tell you he's outside knocking on her window. Because at this point they've become so desperate, no one's heard from her for 24 hours. And they're not just calling his phone, they're calling her cell phone too. You even get to hear the recordings on her answering machine, in which Mr. Dykes goes from upset that she's not calling him back to desperate. Her mother is calling and leaving messages because no one can find her. And then you'll hear about the morning of October 24th. This was a Monday morning. And on October 24th, Tara didn't show up for work. She didn't call in. She didn't show up. And so now we not only have Pete Dykes and her mother trying to find her, but we also have Joe Portier, her neighbor. Actually, I believe Mr. Portier calls her twice that morning. Because at this point, she failed to show up. We all know how a small town works. She doesn't show up for work. So people start calling around to people, someone who may know where she is. Because this was not the kind of person she was, to just not show up and leave her kids there in the rain. You'll hear about various people going to her house to try to find her. One of them is a lady And what they find is that her cell phone is still there, and there's no sign of her. They can't find a purse. But I anticipate the evidence will show she can go anywhere. Even back in 2005, she can go anywhere without her cell phone. So they call law enforcement. You'll hear from several of the officers who are the first to arrive. First being Chief Billy himself. Most of you know him. He's the very first officer on scene. And when Chief arrives, again, they've gone into a residence. I anticipate you'll see this is what her living room looks like on the morning of October 24th. Nothing seemed out of place. And they begin looking further into her house. And what they find on her kitchen table is a copy of that program from the sweet potato pageant. Now, I anticipate the evidence will show that's important because what that tells us is she made it home. Somewhere between Troy Davis's home, the barbecue, she made it home. They also, in searching her room, find the clothes she was wearing that evening. The shoes on the floor, the clothes piled on top of some other things. Now, I'll go ahead and tell you, that morning, the law enforcement who shows up didn't know that's what she was wearing the night before. They were at the sweet potato pageant. But we later learned through the investigation, when she's not found, that her clothes that she wore there. Again, I anticipate that will become important because, again, we know she made it home because she's out of her clothing for that evening. Now, at this point, Tara Grinstead is simply a missing person. I anticipate you'll hear evidence that many thought that Tara had run away. In the beginning, there was concern. She had had some tumultuous relationships. You'll hear about youth guidance. I anticipate you'll hear some about Marcus Harper. You'll hear that she and Marcus had broken up, and she was not okay with that. And some people thought she just ran away. But others will tell you, I anticipate, that this wasn't something she would have done. So law enforcement are left to try to figure out what's going on, to look at the clues in front of them. And the biggest clue that you'll hear about is this glove. Now I anticipate you'll see that this is the actual glove as it was found the morning of October 24th, 2005. It's translucent, just a regular old latex glove. But it's laying in her front yard. It's laying in her front yard, and you'll see in one of the pictures, and you'll be able to see throughout this case, that it's not right near the door, it's on the other side of the walkway. Joe Portier will tell you he saw it when he appraised the residence, didn't touch it. Chief Hancock will tell you that he sees it. When Chief Hancock arrives and realizes this is actually going to be something they need to look into, he calls the then lead investigator, Bill Bars. And Bill Bars is the one who collects this glove. You'll hear from him. He still works at the Sheriff's Department. He's an SRA now. He collects this glove, and it later gets turned over to the GBI. This will wind up being one of the key pieces of evidence that you hear. They also later discovered that the comforter on her bed had blood. Now, I don't anticipate you will hear anyone tell you whether or not this is blood from a wound or menstrual blood. But it's a clue. It's something that they have that they need to look at. Because the issue they had going into this case is, as you saw in some of the pictures, and you'll see throughout the course of this trial, her bedroom was a mess. But she had teenage girls and younger girls in and out of her room all day, trying on her jewelry, using her makeup, trying on her own dresses. So law enforcement is left to determine what has been about comes from her caller ID. Now, you've already heard me talk about, which you'll hear about a caller ID from the 23rd and the 24th. This is a picture of her phone, as it was on the morning of 24th. You'll hear that when Bill Barnes arrives, the phone portion of handset is actually on the floor in the bathroom. He picks it up to try to call someone to see if they know where she is. And then he places it back on the handset. So this picture is taken by the GBI after it's been placed back on the handset. You'll see other pictures of it on the floor in the background that Bill Barnes took. But there's caller ID that's built into that handset. And one of the things that GBI agents do when they get there is to check the caller ID. And one particular call stands out. It's a call that reads North Coast Pay. That's not something that we normally would think of. It wasn't a person. It wasn't Keith Dykes. It wasn't Tara Grinstead. North Coast Pay. And the agents had a belief at that point that this would be from a payphone. Through their investigation, I anticipate you'll see they were right. Came from a payphone right around the corner here. It's now G&G. I think it was the Swifty Mart back in 2005. And so, among the other things, they start tracking down phone records. They track down Tara's phone records, Keith Dykes' phone records, Marcus' phone records, and they track down the records of North Coast Pay. And what they find in North Coast Pay is that at the time that matches her caller ID, there's a call made to 411. Now, those call records, there's actually two numbers. There's an 800 number, and there's 229-555-1212. Now, for those who don't remember a time before 411, which is most probably everybody in the jury, I anticipate you'll hear that that's the number you called for directory assistance before we had 411 as the shortcut. So now, the agents know, through the course of this investigation, they're learning that someone has called her the morning of October 23rd, someone who had to use 411 to get her number, and they called from the payphone just right around the corner. That is also going to be a pivotal piece of evidence in this case. You'll hear from law enforcement who will talk about what they refer to as guilty knowledge. And I anticipate what they'll tell you is guilty knowledge is something that law enforcement specifically holds back from the public. They keep that close to their chest. Because generally, only one person is going to know about that guilty knowledge. And that's the person who made that phone call. And so for over a decade, this phone call is kept private. At some point, because of people talking and people being slogged over the years, people find out, the community finds out that this glove has DNA on it. Another piece of guilty knowledge that is kept back, and you'll hear about this, is that that glove didn't just have the DNA of one person, but it had two. What they do is they submit all the evidence they can to the crime lab. One of them being the company. I've already told you this, but they actually scientifically tested it. It was, in fact, Tara's DNA. And you'll hear that. And you'll see this glove. And I'll tell you, back in 2005, You'll hear from the original latent print examiner. The glove is now pink. You'll hear that that's because of chemicals they have to apply. Latent prints, as they'll describe to you, are ones that are not visible to the naked eye. So they have to try and use a chemical to lift those so you can see them. They'll explain it much better than I do. They're scientists. But that's why the glove is now pink. And you'll hear him talk about that back then, in 2005, he identified one print that he believed was suitable for comparison. That's the words they use. We don't have anybody to compare it yet to, but when we find somebody, when we find a suspect, we think that this print is good enough to compare. They also send it to DNA. And what they find out, as I've already told you, there were two DNAs on this glove. First is Tara Grinstead. The second is an unknown male. And for decades, that's all we know. From October of 2005 until February 22nd of 2017, Tara Grinstead is officially listed as a missing person. I anticipate you'll hear that at some point her parents or family may have had to declare dead, but the GBI's case was for a missing person. But on February 22nd, 2017, everything changed. It just occurred to me, I think this is on silent. Judge, am I good to continue with that noise, or?
What's going on there?
Judge, this is, unfortunately, your system is on, and it's causing feedback when I turn mine. Your system is on, and it's causing feedback.
Go ahead, sorry.
Before I continue, may we approach for just a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Everything changes in this case. Because you'll hear that on that day, Ryan did confess to GBI agents that he murdered Tara Grinstead. I think our system must be turned off, Judge. So I'll keep going. You'll hear Ryan Duke, in his own words, describe how he broke into her residence. In his words, he was going through her purse, and she surprised him. So he just reacted and turned around and hit her. She died. And I'll tell you, his response was to run. He later comes back. That's where that phone call comes in. He admits he's the one that made that phone call. He calls the house to see if anyone's there before he comes back. And again, something's wrong with the audio this morning with a bunch of stuff. But you'll be able not only to hear him say that, but to watch him in his own words. He'll tell law enforcement how this has been weighing on him, that he knows he should have come forward. He knows he should have done his best to give answers to this family. You'll have a chance to see him and make your own decision about this statement. You'll hear from him out of his own words, confessing to her murder. You'll see him on video confessing to her murder. And you'll see it in his own handwriting, confessing to her murder. Words are useless, but I am burdened with the guilt of murdering Miss Grinstead. I don't feel like I deserve to be free to breathe. I can't begin to comprehend the pain I have caused to her family and loved ones. I don't feel like I need to live with the pain I have caused. And he goes on. You'll have a chance to see that document that he wrote. Again, confessing to the murder of Tara Grinstead. He confesses that he's the one that brought the glove. The glove you'll hear about that has DNA, Tara Grinstead's DNA. He says that when he left her, when he ran after she's on the ground, that he goes home and he gets the glove, or gloves. He keeps them at his residence for when he changes his kitty litter. And he brings the gloves with him, along with a blanket. And he carries her out of her residence and puts her in the truck. Now what you'll hear is that that truck belonged to his best friend, Bo Dukes. At the time, he and Bo were living together. Bo was staying at the house with Ryan and Ryan's brother, Stephen Duke. Ryan, in his interview, actually says he stole the vehicle. He took the keys out of Bo's pocket. I anticipate the evidence will show that he used that vehicle on a regular basis. So he takes her body, wrapped in a blanket, and carries her to the truck. And on the way, he drops the glove. He admits to being the one who made the phone call. He even knows that it's a 411 call. When they ask him, tell us about the phone call. How did that happen? How did you have her number? I dialed 411. Now remember, the evidence will show that had been kept secret for years. But he knew about it. And he admits to being the one to making that phone call. He then directs them to the place where he says he dumps her body. He confesses to taking her, putting her in this truck, and driving her to a location in Ben Hill County, which is known as Fitzgerald Farms. You'll hear from Randy Hudson, who is the current owner of that property. I believe back in 2005 he didn't own the property, he leased it, but his farm was run there. Now I say near the orchard because the evidence will show that initially Ryan dumps her sort of right off the back of the orchard and leaves her there. You'll hear him, while they're riding down there, giving law enforcement directions to the location. And then when they ride past the area, he'll say, that's around the place where I dumped her body before we got her and cremated her. It's the words that he uses for what they did to her body. Cremated her. And you'll hear him confess that he later goes back and gets his friend, Bo Dukes. You will hear him repeatedly during his confession say that Bo Dukes was never at Tara Grinstead's house. But what happened was, after he had dumped her on essentially Bo's family's land, he was familiar with it because he and Bo were best friends, and they went and had bonfires out there all the time. And at some point after that, he goes and he gets Bo. And initially, I think he'll tell you, you'll hear in his confession, that Bo didn't really believe him. But finally, he and Bo drive out there. He takes Bo to where her body is. And he'll tell you that Bo and he then take her body and move it to another location in the pines. You'll see a video of him showing law enforcement trying to locate the place where they, in his words, cremated her. It's changed since then. But he's out there. Incidentally, he's handcuffed, smoking a cigarette, walking around in the woods just fine, trying to show them where he cremated, he and Bo. As a result of his statement to law enforcement, they're able to speak with Randy Hudson, and Randy Hudson will tell you that he remembered a time back in 2005 where he was very angry with his nephew, Bo Dukes. Now again, Randy Hudson didn't own the property at the time, but it was his farm, it was his pecan trees. But they didn't burn her in the pecan orchard, they burned her out in the woods near a bunch of pine trees. Now, we all know the dangers of doing that in South Georgia. And so when Randy sees that they've been burning something, now obviously he'll tell you he did not know it was a body. He thought they had had one of their bonfires and had just moved it further into the woods. He jumps all over Bo. He fusses at him for having a bonfire in the middle of the woods where it could have caught fire. He fusses at them for taking the pecan wood to make the fire. He'll tell you the pecan wood didn't even belong to his family. It actually belonged to the widow of the gentleman who had owned that property. It was her pecan wood. And he was mad as fire that Bo had gone and taken her pecan wood. And so Randy had a specific memory of that incident. And you'll hear that when law enforcement speak to him about this, he knows exactly where that fire pit was. And he gets them to within, I'm terrible with distances, but I'd say about 10 feet. And they start to dig. And you'll hear about how they came up with this plan, a grid, to continue to dig. Layer by layer, they sifted through the dirt. And as they sifted, if they came up with something that they believed could be bone, it was given to this lady right here, Dr. Alice Gooding. She is a forensic anthropologist, which means that this is what she does for a living. She takes the bones of humans and can identify not just that they're human, but generally what portion of the body they're from. GBI employed her in this case, and you'll get to hear from her. And through that dig, Tara is finally found, piece by piece by piece. Her backbone, her teeth, her fingers, her toes. That's what was left of Tara Grinstead after Bo Dukes and Ryan Duke cremated her. And you'll hear Ryan confess to this. You'll hear from Dr. Alice Gooding, and I anticipate what she'll tell you is that each of the bones that was identified in this case, she can tell you a few things about them. One, they identify human bones. There are some animal bones found. She can separate those out. She identifies human bones. She can tell you they're from an adult. She can tell you they're all from the same adult. And she can tell you that they've been burned. These are the bones that are found where the defendant said, I burned Tara Grinstead's body after I murdered her. But what about the glove we've talked about? I told you earlier, we knew back in 2005 that Tara Grinstead's DNA was on it, as well as an unknown male. Well, in 2017, when Ryan Duke confesses, law enforcement also gets a sample of his DNA. This is the first time he was ever swabbed in this case. And lo and behold, it's his. During the interview, Agent Shadell will ask him, you'll hear it. Now, the DNA on the glove, is that going to be yours? And he says, yes. It should be. And it is. Now, there's a lot more details to this glove. There's DNA on the outside. There's DNA on the inside. They re-swabbed it in 2015. But the bottom line with the glove is the primary contributor to the glove of DNA is Ryan Duke. And we've had his DNA since 2005. We just didn't know whose it was. And you'll hear in this courtroom, we do now know. He also confesses not just with his DNA, not just with his words, not just with his writing, but with his prints. You'll hear that on the glove, in 2017, after he confesses, they look at the glove, the prints. That particular analyst will tell you that in 2017, she's actually able to identify what she refers to as 3 suitable for comparison prints. But they're actually palm prints, they're not fingerprints. You'll hear, I anticipate you'll hear from the gentleman who only identified 1 print. And I anticipate what he'll tell you is that he was very young and inexperienced in 2005. That he would have erred on the side of caution. But in 2017, when you hear from Jessie Worley, who is an extremely experienced latent print examiner, she identifies 3 prints. And when she compares them to those of Ryan Duke, they match. He confesses with his words. He confesses with his writings. He confesses with his actions by walking them out there and showing them the location. He confesses with his knowledge, the phone call. And he confesses with his DNA and his prints. Over and over and over again during this interview, Ryan Duke admits that he murdered Tara Grinstead in the early morning hours of October 23rd, 2005. Throughout the course of this trial, you'll get to hear from a number of witnesses. And what you'll hear will come down to this. Ryan Duke confessed. And at the end of the trial, when you've had time and chances to listen to that evidence, to hear from those witnesses, to physically see the evidence in this case, and to hear it out of his own mouth, the state will ask you to find the defendant guilty of murdering Tara Grinstead on October 23rd of 2005. Thank you.
you, Ms. Hart. Does the defense want to make its opening now or reserve till the state closes its case? All right. Let me ask you to turn off your sound system, sir, for the time being. Is the only thing I know to do. Okay. Just out of the witness stand is what I'm concerned about. Is it off? Sound off on this system?
Well, yes, sir. It wasn't turned off. It's not working. So the computer wasn't muted.
Okay. So it shouldn't be interfering with him, right?
This wasn't. No, sir.
So I don't know what it is. Y'all off? Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
Just may I sit somewhere so I can see? Yeah, actually.
Good morning. Can everybody see this? You can see that? I'll stand back. Make sure. Okay, great. This case is about power and influence. The people who have it and the people who don't have it. Ryan Duke has neither. He didn't have power and he didn't have influence. Bo Dukes has both. The state has both. And you're going to see that throughout the evidence in this case. I want to walk you through the timeline that the state had already walked through.
Everybody ready? All right, Ms. Merchant, you're up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Judge. I want to walk through the timeline. I know that the state talked about Ms. Grinstead's last day. I want to walk through that with us. Because I think it's important. They showed you pictures of her clothes. They showed you pictures of the clothes that she was wearing in the last photograph that they contend was taken. So that evidence was from Saturday night. So Saturday, October 22nd. And this is important. The timeline is very important in this case. So Saturday, October 22nd, she was seen in those clothes. The state then showed you that those clothes were on her floor. Okay? Why are her clothes important? So let's start with Saturday, okay? So Saturday night, this is October 22nd, 2005. The state showed you that Ms. Grinstead went home that night. Her clothes were on the floor. You're going to hear from a witness that said her favorite pair of yoga pants and her brand new sneakers were not found in that house. That evidence is going to tell you that she changed clothes and that she put on sneakers. You're going to hear evidence about a door bolt. One of the photos that was taken at the scene is of her door. Let me see if I can put this up on the Elmo so you all can see. I was told it would take a few minutes. Your screen's returned. Thank you. Technology. I brought extra pictures just in case. There we go. All right, so why is this important? Because the evidence that that the state is going to present to you is that she was home. They want you to believe that she was home and that Ryan Duke broke into her home and harmed her. If you look at the top lock, it's one of those hotel-style locks. So when you go to a hotel and you close the door, you can lock it. You can lock it from the inside so that nobody can get in, so that nobody can break in, so that you can't break in with a credit card. You can't pick that lock. This is the type of lock that if you're home and you have it on your door, the evidence is going to show you would lock it, and that Miss Grinstead would lock this door and would use that to lock the door. The evidence is going to show that that is her habit, that she would lock that top lock. And so the version of events that the state has presented and will continue to present conflicts with this. Her car. Let's talk about where her car was seen. And this is important. The car and the glove are both going to be important this timeline. Okay? So we've got, let's move on to Sunday. All right, so Sunday, October 23rd. This is the date that the state has alleged in the indictment Miss Grinstead was killed. Okay? That night, that next morning, there were neighbors across the street who are going to come in here and tell you that her car was not at her house. Okay? So, car not there. And this is in the morning. Daylight, in the morning hours. All right? So far what we've got is we've got Saturday night evidence that you'll hear that she changed clothes, that she put on her sneakers. You'll hear evidence that Sunday, her car was not there. Later on Sunday, you'll hear from those same witnesses that they saw her car appear around dusk. So car is gone all day. And then let's see. What does that tell you? Her car was not home on Sunday. It was not there. So where was it? The evidence is not going to show you that anybody knows what happened to her car that day, where her car was. The really important fact, though, that you're going to hear, is that night, so this night, so Sunday night, this is around midnight, so it actually may be Monday morning, you're going to hear from Heath Dykes. He's going to tell you that glove that the state has just paraded around in multiple pictures and that you're going to hear about this entire week, that glove wasn't there. Why is that important? Well, Heath Dykes, he is a police officer. He is a trained detective. When he went to her house that night, all right, so just to put it back in context, the state is arguing to you that Ryan harmed her Sunday morning. Sunday night, there's no glove. The glove is not there. You're going to hear that from Heath Dykes. And he's going to tell you that he's a detective and he was worried about what happened to her. He was dating her. He loved her. What happened to her? He looked around her house. He looked in the windows. He went and played with her dog. He looked all around. He knocked on the door. He left a card. He would have noticed that glove. That glove, the state showed you pictures right there in the front yard. He would have noticed that glove. Trained detective. It's not there. It does not conform with what the state has just presented to you happened in this case. Also, you'll hear from another gentleman, a kid who Miss Grinstead was watching his dog. That witness will tell you that on this same day, Sunday afternoon, he went over around 6 or 7 o'clock that night to pick up the dog bowl. So Miss Grinstead was watching his dog, and he had picked the dog up earlier but forgot the dog bowl. So he talked to her, and she said, "Dog bowl is in the back, go pick it up." He calls her, she doesn't answer, so he drives over there. This is around 6 or 7 o'clock at night, on Sunday night. Still light out. He goes up, knocks on her door. No glove. broad daylight, no glove. That glove was not there Sunday night. That glove did not appear until a full day later, on Monday, when the police and Mr. Portier, neighbors, everybody were all over her home that Monday morning. So there's no glove. So on Sunday, her car's not there, the glove's not there. What's the explanation for that? She left her home. She put on her shoes, she put on her sneakers, and she left her home. Sunday night, the evidence is going to show that she left, or Saturday night, I'm sorry, that she left. You're going to hear about her dog. She had a dog, a German Shepherd named Dolly Madison. You're going to hear that she would leave that dog out when she went out. The dog was out. Heath Dykes will testify that when he came Sunday night, the dog was out. The Portiers will testify that the dog barked all night. She left. She was not home when the state says this happened. The evidence is going to show that she was not in her home. And had she been home, this lock would have prevented what the state will submit Ryan did. Break into her home. Why is that important? Well, as the judge has told you, the state has the burden of proof. So they have to explain to you what happened here. And nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows what happened this day. They are going to present, we anticipate, a theory based on a statement that Ryan made to a GBI agent. The evidence is going to show that Ryan admitted that he had taken a narcotic, pain medicine, prior to that statement. The evidence is going to show that he was under the effects of this pain medicine. You'll see it. The state showed you a photo. You'll see it. This glove that didn't appear until Monday morning. The state cannot get Bo Duke's DNA off of that glove. You will hear evidence that they tried. You will hear evidence that they talked with the GBI and tried to make deviations, and you'll hear all about it, but tried very hard to change standards to get Bo Duke's DNA off of that glove. At best, it was inconclusive. What does inconclusive mean? You'll hear it means a weak match. It means they cannot get his DNA off of that glove. You'll also hear that that glove had at least 3 DNA profiles on it. Not 2, at least 3. I want to talk a little bit about the phone records. The state has submitted to you that the phone records are what they call guilty knowledge, that nobody knows about these phone records and they've been kept secret all these years, and so it's sort of like this smoking gun. Well, 2 things I want to point out with that. First of all, Tara's phone records do not show a call from a payphone. Her actual certified phone records do not show that she received a call on October 23rd from a payphone. You'll hear from a detective that he looked at her phone on her caller ID and that he compared the caller ID time to his watch, and so he thinks it's accurate. But that call does not show up on her phone records. Now, the state is going to put in, we believe, evidence that someone used that payphone at around that time to call information, okay? But it doesn't show up on her phone records. But I submit to you, what is the evidence that that phone call proves that Ryan harmed Tara Grinstead? It doesn't. It's not even accurate. This glove you've heard about, this phone call you've heard about, the state, in their opening, said, these are things that Ryan confessed to. Well, I'm going to read you some of what the evidence is going to show was said to Ryan when he confessed to these things. Listen very carefully during the interview of Ryan, during the GBI interview. Listen very carefully to who introduces these smoking guns first. Because the state has submitted that they are evidence of guilty knowledge, okay? Guilty knowledge would be, oh, well, only the person who did it knows about this. The gloves. Agent Shaldell, tell me about the gloves. I know there were some gloves at your house. Is that going to have your DNA on it? Ryan, it should. They were mine. Agent Shaldell keeps asking about the gloves. So you used the gloves when you moved the body? Ryan, I don't even think I used them. Agent Shaldell, what did you do to clean up? You said you wore the gloves, right? No, sir. Agent Shaldell, when you went to clean up, you wore gloves. Ryan, no, sir. I never put gloves on. Agent Shaldell introduces the gloves. Ryan doesn't. Agent Shaldell keeps asking him. A person who has taken medicine and is there and is terrified. He's terrified for his family. The evidence will show that he is scared to death of Bo Dukes because he knows what Bo Dukes has done and he knows what Bo Dukes is capable of. And he is there telling what he thinks he has to tell to protect his family. So when Agent Shaldell introduces the glove, at first he says no, because he didn't. But after repeated questioning, he gives in. The phone call, this guilty knowledge phone call that's been kept secret all these years. Who introduced it? Agent Shaldell. Agent Shaldell, did you ever make any phone calls or anything like that to the house? Ryan, no, sir. Agent Shaldell, well, we know there were some phone calls that got made to her house. Ryan, oh yeah, that's when I called her. I hadn't gotten her at that point. I was hoping she was okay. Well, how did you call? What did you do? Then Agent Shaldell tells Ryan, I know you're telling the truth. At that point, he's introduced the phone call, and Ryan, at first, disputed it, and then when he says, yeah, you're right, then Agent Shaldell says you're telling the truth. You're going to hear that there was a lot of evidence taken in this case. There were over, and I had to write this down, there were over 117 swabs taken from Miss Grinstead's car. And why is her car important? Well, you're going to hear evidence that it wasn't there on this day. You're also going to hear evidence that it returned to her home and it was dirty. The tires were filthy. There was mud all over them. And that Miss Grinstead did not keep her car that way. So her car was always clean. So that was odd. Also, that the seat in her car was pushed all the way back. She was a tiny person. So the seat was pushed back for someone who was much bigger than Miss Grinstead. Evidence that her car was not there on Sunday and that someone drove her car. So because of that, the police thought that was important. And they swabbed her car. They took fingerprints and they took DNA swabs. Only 7 of those were ever actually tested. No idea why. You're going to hear evidence that that's up to the GBI. That's up to the state. The defense can't test that type of evidence. What are you not going to hear? What else are you not going to hear? You're not going to hear any evidence that Ryan had his blood, semen, saliva, skin cells, prints, anything in that house. Not one piece of evidence that Ryan was in that house. Not one piece of evidence that Ryan was in that car. They took fingerprints off the door, off this door that they're going to ask you to believe he broke into with a credit card. They took fingerprints. Not one single one matched Ryan. The state's theory, we believe, is based on a statement that was taken from Ryan and that was not the truth. Does the state know the truth? We'll have to see at the end of this case if the state has presented any evidence that they actually know what happened in this case. But what we do know is that Ryan did not harm Ms. Grinstead. And at the end of this trial, you will agree with us that Ryan did not harm Ms. Grinstead, that he was not in her home, and that he did not assault her, he did not burglarize her. He's charged with burglarizing, he's charged with assault, that he did not do any of those things. Like I said at the beginning, this case, it's about power and it's about influence. What's great about jury service is that at this point, you all hold the power. You have the influence. And at the end of this case, we're going to come back up here and we're going to ask you to render a verdict. We're going to ask you to render a verdict that speaks the truth and that speaks justice for everybody involved in this case. And that verdict is going to be not guilty because Ryan Duke did not commit the crimes that he is charged with committing in Irwin County. He did not murder Ms. Grinstead. He did not assault Ms. Grinstead. He did not burglarize Ms. Grinstead. He did not conceal her death in Irwin County. He did none of the things that he's indicted for. And you all will agree with us at the end of this trial. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Need a break, ladies and gentlemen? We've been going about an hour. Anybody need a break? Okay.
Sorry, do we have breaks just a moment?
Sure. Recess, okay? Bathroom break, if you have any smokers, the bailiff will help you outside and get you right back. It's been recessed for about 10 minutes, if y'all will just adjourn to the jury room here. Thank you. Ask the jury to join us, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been frantically working on the speaker system, hopefully to eliminate that feedback or speaker buzz, whatever you want to call it. And we hope we get that problem solved as we move forward. Ms. Hart, you can call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Billy Grinstead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You'll step up there, please. Before you're seated, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated, and you'll give your attention there to Mr. Grinstead.
Good morning, sir. If you'll tell us your name, please, sir, and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Billy Grinstead,
And Mr. Grinstead, if you'll spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
Billy Grinstead.
And Mr. Grinstead, my mom did teach me better, but I'm going to ask you how old you are.
I'm 79.
And Mr. Grinstead, did you know Tara Grinstead?
I did.
And how old was, and who was she to you?
Tara was my youngest daughter.
And how old was Tara at the time that she went missing in 2005?
And she was 30 years old.
Now, you said that she was your youngest daughter. Did you have another child as well?
Yes.
And who is that?
Anita Gaddis.
All right. And who is the mother of Anita and Tara?
Faye was Bennett Grinstead.
Okay. And did you and Miss Faye get a divorce at some time?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
I'm not sure.
Some time ago.
Yes.
And are you married presently?
I'm married presently.
And who are you married to presently?
Connie Grinstead.
All right. And how long have you and Miss Connie been married?
45 years.
Now, the facts about Tara Grinstead, did you at some point, you and Miss Connie and Tara all live here in Irwin County?
Yes, we did.
All right. And when was that?
I think it was from about 97 to we moved to Alabama in 2002, I believe.
And so you lived in Irwin County from 97 to 2002?
Yes.
And what did you do, and why were you and Miss Connie and Tara living here in Irwin County at that time?
Well, we were living in Macon, and I worked for Liberty National Life Insurance, and I was a sales manager with them, and I got promoted to manage the district in Fitzgerald, and I came to Fitzgerald as manager in February of 95.
And do you recall where you lived here in Ocilla when you lived in Irwin County?
Yeah, a couple of blocks back over this way, but I'm not sure of the address.
Yes, sir. Now, when you say over this way, near the courthouse here?
Yeah.
Now, when you were living here in Irwin County, did Tara live with you here?
She did.
And at some point, did Tara stay here after that when you lived here?
Yes, she did her student teaching here, and then they offered her a job.
When you say student teaching, that's what she did. That was her job as a teacher.
Yes.
And you say here, are you talking about in the Irwin County school system?
In the Irwin County school system.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit number 1. And ask you to look at that document for me, please, sir. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
And what is that document?
This is her birth certificate.
When you say her birth certificate, whose birth certificate?
Tara's birth certificate.
Is that a true and accurate copy of her birth certificate?
It is.
All right. Judge, at this time I would tender State's Exhibit number 1.
Any objection? State's one's admitted without objection. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Grinstead, when you do you recall the last time that you had you saw Tara?
Yes, I was a member of the Ocilla Baptist Church here, and we put on a golf tournament every year in May for a fundraiser, and I helped with the tournament. And after the tournament was over, my wife and I, Connie, went by Tara's house to visit with her then. That's the last time that I saw Tara.
And did you speak with her after that? Did you have a time where you spoke with her following the time that you saw her?
I spoke with her very often by phone.
All right. And do you recall when the last time was you spoke with her on the phone prior to her disappearance in October of 2005?
Couple of 3 weeks prior
Yes, sir.
to her
Thank you.
being missing.
I have nothing further, Mr. Grinstead.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. Perkins? Thank you. Mr. Grinstead, thank you for your testimony, sir. Let me ask you one thing, though. Please don't discuss the testimony you've given here with any other witness to the case until our case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
You're welcome to return to your seat. Call your next witness, please.
State will call Dana Giddens to the stand.
All right, good morning. This is Ms. Giddens.
Yes, sir.
If you'll step up right there, please. Before you're seated, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in hearing this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Give your attention there to Ms. Hart. Thank you.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors for me, please.
I'm Dana Wilder Giddens.
And Ms. Giddens, did you know Tara Grinstead?
I did.
How did you know Tara?
I knew Tara through the pageant world.
Now, when you say through the pageant world, I want to take you back to 2005. How old were you in October of 2005?
I was 16.
And where did you attend school?
Irwin County High School.
Did you ever have Ms. Grinstead as a teacher?
I did not.
So tell us what you mean when you say you knew her through the pageant world.
Tara did. She was the director of the Miss Red and Black pageant. And at my freshman year, she was the director. And after that pageant, she took me under her wing and she started coaching me for pageantry, doing my hair and makeup for pageants, homecoming, prom, anything that I needed like that.
So direct your attention specifically to October 22nd of 2005. Did you see Tara Grinstead on that day?
I did.
And where was it that you saw Tara initially that day?
At her house.
About what time did you arrive at Tara's home that day?
I would say between 9:30, 10:30.
Can you tell the jury what was going on that morning when you arrived at her house?
That morning we had, all of the girls had interviews, and then after the interviews we came back and we would get our hair and makeup done by Tara.
Okay. So you've referenced interviews. For those who may not be familiar with the
Mhm.
pageant world, can you tell them what you mean by you had interviews that morning?
In the morning of a pageant, you have interviews as part of the portion of the pageant. We would go and get interviewed by 3 judges, and then after that, we would go and get on stage, and they would judge us based on our beauty.
When you arrived at Ms. Grinstead's home that morning, had you already gone to your interview?
I had.
And when you arrived there, was Ms. Grinstead there?
Yes.
Was anyone else present?
Some of the other girls had made it before I did.
Okay. And tell us what happened when you arrived at Ms. Grinstead's residence that morning.
Normally, on a pageant day, we just go to her house. We just start taking rotations on girls to get their hair and makeup done. She would ask us how the interviews went that day, things like that. So we were just rotating around.
Had you been to Ms. Grinstead's home before that date on October 22nd, 2005?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've been to her residence?
I would say 10 to 20 times by then.
As I show on opposing counsel's been marked states exhibits 4 and 5. May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you first what's been marked as states exhibit 4 for purposes of the record. Do you recognize what's depicted in states 4?
I do.
What is depicted in states 4?
That's Tara Grinstead's house.
And is that the residence that you went to on October 22nd, 2005?
It was.
Is that the same residence that you indicated you had been to, I think you said 20 times before?
It is.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 5 and ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in States 5.
And that's Tara's house, inside of her house.
Now, to be clear, did you draw the diagram in States 5?
I did not.
However, looking at it, does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of what her residence looked like on October 22nd, 2005?
It does.
And also, as to States 4, again, is that a true and accurate depiction of what the residence looked like on October 22nd, 2005?
It does.
All right, this time I would tender in evidence States Exhibits 4 and 5.
All right, any objection or board act to those exhibits? No. All right, thank you. So they're admitted without objection, states 4 and 5.
I believe that should have turned on the monitors. I'm going to show first what has been, thank you, tendered as States 4. Can you describe for the jury what they're seeing in States 4, please?
That's Tara Grinstead's house.
Okay. And the vehicle that we see parked in that picture, do you recognize that vehicle?
That's her vehicle.
That was her vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you how many times had you seen that particular vehicle prior to October 22nd, 2005?
Numerous times.
And was her car there that day when you got there?
It was.
Now, was there one or more than one entrance to her residence?
There was 2. There was a front door and a back door.
Okay. Now, the back door, did it actually go into the back of the house itself?
No. I mean, I've never used the back door. Anytime I used it was the front door.
So that was kind of what I was getting at. The front door, do you see that depicted here in States 4?
I do.
And where is that in relationship to the vehicle?
Looking at the picture, the vehicle's on the left side of the door.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States 5. That's going to be upside down. Again, can you indicate to the jury what they're seeing in States 5?
That's the layout of Tara Grinstead's house.
Just a moment. I'm not sure why it's crooked. There you go. So, in relationship to, I guess, first of all, where's the front door? I think it'd be easier, Judge. May we have the witness step down here so she can indicate? If you don't mind stepping down here for me, ma'am. Can I get you to point to where the front door is on States 5?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And when you entered in the front door, what room were you in?
Like her living den area.
Okay. And then which of these bedrooms would have been her bedroom?
The one with the bed.
Right there, okay. And,
I'm sorry, the one with the bigger bed, since there's 2 beds on here.
okay. So this other room, do you know what she used it for?
It was more of like a storage room. It had a lot of porcelain dolls and things like that in there.
Okay.
Can y'all hear the testimony when she's back here? Thank you.
You can have a seat for me. Thank you, ma'am. Business Council, the United States Exhibits 6 through 20. I'm going to show you, ma'am, what's the United States Exhibit 6 through 20 and ask you to take a look at each of those for me, please. Let me know when you're done. Having looked at states 6 through 20, do you recognize what those depict?
Tara's house. The inside of Tara's house.
I apologize. I interrupted you. What were you saying?
The inside of Tara's house.
And are each of those true and accurate depiction of the residence as it was on October 22nd, 2005, when you last saw it?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I will tender an evidence states exhibits 6 through 20.
All right, any objection of board items to those of you? Thank you, Mr. Smith. Those be admitted without objection, states 6 through 20.
Thank you. And may I display those to the jury?
Yes.
Looking first at states exhibit 6, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's the front of Tara's house. You can see her car and the door open.
Okay. And this particular door, is that the main door that you were referencing earlier?
It is.
When you were visiting in her residence, did you ever go in and out any other door?
I did not.
And then states exhibit 7, you tell us what we're looking at there.
That's her living den area. As soon as you walk in the door, that's where you're at in her house.
Okay. States exhibit 8. What are we looking at there?
Still part of her living and den area.
Okay. And the door that we see going into, in states exhibit 8, what room would that be going into?
You're going into her kitchen area.
And then states exhibit 9, it's just a little bit of a closer view. But again, what room is this that we see in the background?
Her kitchen area.
States exhibit 10, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
The inside of her kitchen.
States exhibit 11, what's depicted there?
Still part of her kitchen area.
Okay. And again, is this consistent with what her kitchen area looked like on that date?
It is.
Okay. Do you see this sort of bin here that's on the table? Do you recognize that?
Hot glue gun.
Okay. Have you ever seen Tara use a hot glue gun?
Yes.
And what capacity would she have been using a hot glue gun in your presence?
That particular day, we had one of the pageant girls who had a shorter length dress and she needed lower shoes. So that day, Tara bedazzled some of her shoes. for the pageant.
And when you say her shoes, were they Tara's shoes or the girl's shoes?
The contestants' shoes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 12, what are we looking at there?
Still her kitchen area.
Do you know what this door went to?
Her back. That was her back door.
Okay. Do you know if that went to another portion of the house or?
I do not. I never used that door.
It's fine. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13 and ask you, do you recognize that?
I do.
Now, where is State's 13 picture? Where does that appear to have been taken?
On her dining room table.
Do you recognize what is actually depicted in State's 13?
Mm-hmm.
What would that have been?
That's the booklet you get at the pageant that lets you know which contestants are in the pageant and the lineup of the pageant.
Okay. And to your knowledge, would this have been from the pageant that you were preparing for that day?
It was.
Okay. Do you know if this is something that she would have gotten before or after or when she attended the pageant?
You get it when you attend the pageant.
And then State's Exhibit 14. You tell us what we're looking at there, please.
That's the hallway of her house. You can see the room directly in front of you. It's like her little guest room, I would assume you would call it. It's where she would do a lot of storage. To the left is her restroom, and to the right was her bedroom.
Okay. Where is the living room kitchen area in relation to this hallway?
Well, that hallway is still in the kitchen area. So technically you're in the kitchen, but if you look to the right is her living den area.
Okay, thank you. And then State's 15, what are we looking at there?
That's her guest room, more of a storage room for her.
Okay. Here in State's 15, have you ever seen Tara use that?
I have not.
Okay. Now, had you ever used Tara's computer that's depicted here?
I did not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16 and ask you if you recognize what's depicted there.
I do.
What is depicted in State 16?
That's just another closet with purses, and then you can see her porcelain dolls on the left.
And then State 17, what are we looking at here?
Still the guest room area.
Now, you mentioned earlier that she had dolls, and I know you mentioned a couple of times. Do you see those depicted in this picture?
I do.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is that where she kept all of her dolls that she collected?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 18. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
That was Tara's restroom.
Okay. And did this residence have one or more than one restroom?
Just one.
Now, do you recall seeing Tara use this item that's in the sink on the day that you were there?
I don't. She used more of a curling iron, but we were all in the kitchen area, so we didn't do anything in the restroom.
Okay, so then when you say we were all in the kitchen area, tell us what you mean by that.
Whenever Tara did our hair and makeup, we would always get it done in the kitchen area. It was a little bit bigger and more room for the girls.
I'm going to show you then what's been marked and entered as State's Exhibit 19. Again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Her restroom, bathroom.
And then finally, State's 20. You tell us what we're looking at there, please.
Her kitchen sink.
Is that her kitchen sink?
Oh, I'm sorry, her restroom sink. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Going back to the kitchen, these pictures. You mentioned earlier that she was doing your hair in the kitchen. I'm going to go back to States 10. And I know it may be hard to see on the screen, but do you see this item right there? Are you able to tell what that is? If not, I can approach with the picture and let you see it.
It appears to be a curling iron.
Okay. And again, would that have been consistent with what y'all were doing that day?
Yes.
So now that we have an idea of what the residence looks like, can you tell us about how long you were at this residence that day?
Between 9:30, 10:30 to almost 2, probably.
And during that time, did it take you that long to get dressed yourself, or what were you doing?
No, we would always just kind of hang out. We didn't have much to do after interviews anyways. So the girls and Tara, we would hang out, talk about our interviews. It took us a little while anyways to get our hair and makeup done. You're thinking about 45 minutes to an hour with each girl. So rotating it around, it did take a little while. I did,
Where was it that you saw her?
at the pageant.
Prior to seeing her at the pageant, did you ever return to her home?
I did.
Can you tell us about why you returned to her home that day?
That day, Tara had let me borrow a pair of dangly earrings. At that point, my pageant dress was a black velvet sweetheart neckline, and we wanted to try the dangly earrings with it. However, after going home, trying the dress on with hair and makeup, I did not like those earrings. So I proceeded to go back to her house to get the earrings that I always used for the pageant.
Now, was Tara present when you went into her residence that afternoon?
She was not.
Do you know about what time of day it was that you returned to her residence?
It had to have been between 3 and 4,
What time did the pageant begin that evening?
around 5.
And what time were contestants to arrive at the pageant?
As long as you were there by 5,
Now, was anyone else in the house when you arrived there that afternoon?
they were not.
And were you able to find some earrings you were going to use?
I did.
And where were those earrings located?
In her bedroom.
So, did anyone else go with you into that room?
They did not.
Did anyone else go with you into the home?
They did not.
This show opposing counsel the Mark States Exhibits 21 through 34.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 34. Ask you to take a look at each of those, and when you've had a chance to look at them, let me know.
Okay.
Having had a chance to look at those, do you recognize what's depicted in those exhibits?
I do.
What is depicted in those exhibits?
That's Tara's bedroom.
And again, is that a true and accurate depiction of what her bedroom looked like back on October 22nd, 2005?
No.
So, what is different in those pictures than what you recall when you went back to her house that afternoon?
Some of the drawers are out, and her bed is unmade.
With the exception of those things, do the pictures accurately demonstrate the house or the room itself?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. So then let's go through each of those specifically. I do, Judge. I'm going to ask her a couple more questions of the Lilly Foundation. State's Exhibit 21 specifically, does that appear to be the room as it was on October 22nd, 2005 when you returned?
It does not.
What is specifically different in this picture?
In that picture, the drawers are pulled out, and there's clothes laying on the floor.
Okay. With the exception of those things, is the room in the same condition as when you last saw it?
This part of the room, yes.
Okay. States 22, can you tell us, does that appear to be in the same condition as when you last saw it?
No. Once again, there's things on the floor, and you can tell the bed is unmade.
Other than the bed being unmade and the things on the floor, again, is that a true and accurate representation of what her bedroom looked like when you last saw it on October 22nd?
Yes.
States 23 same question. Other than the drawers being pulled out and the things on the floor, is that, and the bed, as you've mentioned, is that a true depiction of what the bedroom looked like on October 22nd, 2005, when you first saw it? Or when you last saw it?
Other than those things, and just once again, all the clothes on the floor and things like that.
States 24. Is that a true and accurate depiction of what it looks like on that date?
No.
What is different?
Her bed is unmade. There's clothes on the bed. When I had returned, her bed was made.
Okay. With the exception of those things, is this a true and accurate depiction of what her bedroom overall looked like back in October of 2005?
Yes.
States Exhibit 25, same question, other than the bed being unmade and the other things you've noted, is that what the bedroom appeared like in October of 2005?
The chest looks like it appears it has been moved.
Okay.
It was normally in the middle of the bed.
Okay.
That's
States Exhibit 26, same question. Is that what the bedroom would have looked like on October 22nd, 2005 when you last saw it?
There was less clothes on the little chair right there,
Okay.
but overall,
And then I'm going to ask you the same question, states 27, 28, 29. (32, 33, and 34). Other than the things you previously noted that are different, does the room appear to be in the same condition as when you last saw it?
there appears to be a few more shoes out, but other than that,
Okay. However, again, is this a true depiction of overall what her room looked like on that date?
yes.
And then finally, as to these specific items, that being States 30, do you recognize what's depicted in States 30?
Yes, those are the shoes that Tara wore that day of the pageant.
Okay. And other than the shoes and the other items that you've already discussed, is that a true and accurate depiction of that area of her room when you last saw it?
Well, there looks to be bras on the ground, and I didn't see those.
Okay. And then
Be what on the ground?
Bras, some of her.
States Exhibit 31, do you recognize what's depicted in States 31?
Yes, that appears to be the shirt that she wore along with the pants that she wore to the pageant that night.
Okay. And other than the things we've already discussed and those items being there, again, overall, is that the depiction of what her room would have looked like back in October of 2005?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would tender those exhibits into evidence.
All right, that is 21 through 34, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Merchant, any objection? Thank you, those are admitted without objection.
So let's look at those and discuss some of the differences. Sorry. Before we do that, I'm going to look back at States 5. You see that in front of you, ma'am?
I can.
You mentioned earlier that there was a guest bedroom and her bedroom. The pictures that you've just been looking at, which room would those have been?
Her bedroom.
So I believe you identified that previously as this front bedroom?
I did. Mhm.
Okay. So let's start with States 28. What are we looking at in States 28?
That's the inside of Tara's room.
Okay. Is there anything in this picture that is particularly different than what you recall seeing on October 22nd, 2005?
Her chest area, that chest or drawer area, some of her drawers, you can tell are out.
Okay. In the times that you had been, I think you said 20-something times to her house, had you ever been in her bedroom before?
Yes, to get a few things.
Generally, when you were in her bedroom, did you find that she was someone who closed her drawers or left them out?
Close them.
I'm going to show you what's been tendered as States Exhibit 34. Again, can you tell us what we're looking at there and if there's anything different than what you recall from that date?
And that's still the inside of Tara's bedroom, and when I went in the second time, I didn't recall seeing any bras on the ground.
Okay. What about the jeans that we see here and the other items?
The jewelry items, yes, because she had used those to bedazzle the shoes that day. The blue jeans, I don't recall them being there.
Okay. And again, is this consistent with what you had seen of her bedroom in the times you had been present? As far as things being on the floor?
No, she normally kept it a little bit neater than that.
Okay. Then states 29, what are we looking at there?
It's still the inside of her bedroom.
Okay. The dresses that we see hanging on the back of the door, do you recall if those were there when you were in the bedroom on October 22nd, 2005 in the afternoon?
They were.
Again, States Exhibit 33, what is different in that picture from what you recall, if anything?
The drawers are pulled out.
States 32, is there anything different than what you recall?
The shoes on the floor.
Okay. Are you able to tell what this item is?
It looks like a candle.
Okay. Do you recall seeing that candle on the floor when you were there October 22nd, 2005 in the afternoon?
I don't recall.
Looking at States Exhibit 26, can you tell us what, if anything, is different in this picture from what you saw when you went back to the residence on October 22nd?
Her bed is unmade, and the little chest down there,
This item?
yes,
Okay.
normally was in the middle of her bed.
Okay. Had you ever seen it at the corner of the bed like that?
I have not.
States 27, again, what, if anything, is different in that picture from what you recall?
The bed unmade, a few more of clothes being on the chair.
Okay. Then what about States 25?
Same thing, the clothes on the floor, the bed being unmade, the chest.
Now, the pillows that we see on the bed here, when you had seen the bed made, were those pillows on the bed?
Yes.
Were they mixed in with the comforter as we see here?
No.
A few more. Stage 24, again, I think that's just a close-up of what we're looking at, but is there anything specific that jumps out at you as different in this picture?
Just once again, the bed being unmade and the clothes being on the bed.
States 21, what angle are we looking at the bedroom from here?
That's going into her bedroom.
And where would the bed be in relationship to this picture?
The bed will be on the left.
Okay. Now, these shoes that we see on the floor here, would those have been on the floor when you were there October 22nd, 2005, when you went by?
They were not.
Okay. Have you ever seen those shoes before?
I had.
Just a couple of different angles of that. States 22, again, are those the same shoes that we're discussing?
Yes.
And then States 23.
Yes.
And then I want to look at a much closer view, States 30. Where had you seen those shoes before today?
She wore those particular shoes the night of the pageant.
And how do you recall that she wore those shoes the night of the pageant?
They were, I saw her that night.
Okay. And then what about States 31? The clothing that we see specifically on top of the pile here, do you recognize that clothing?
Yes.
How do you recognize that clothing?
That's what she wore that night.
Okay. So after you left her residence on October 22nd, 2005 with the earrings in tow, where did you go?
To the pageant.
And did you see Miss Grinstead at the pageant?
I did.
Where did you see her?
She actually sat with my parents at the pageant.
Did you ever speak with her at the pageant?
I did.
And don't tell us anything she said, but where were you when you spoke with her?
It was after the pageant was over, and I just escorted her out to her car.
Okay. At that point, was she alone?
Yes.
Do you recall sitting here and she had a purse with her?
Yes.
And I know it's been a number of years, but do you recall sitting here what that purse looked like?
It was a beige purse, brown.
And do Do you recall back then if Ms. Grinstead had a cell phone?
She did.
Did you have that cell phone number?
I did.
Had you ever spoken with her on that cell phone?
Yes.
What about, do you know she had a house phone?
She did.
Had you ever spoken with her on that house phone?
It was more of the cell phone.
More the cell phone. Okay. And I'm going to show open counsel for Market States Exhibit 2. I'm going to show you what's been Market States Exhibit 2 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
That was what Tara wore the night of the pageant.
Okay. Now this particular States Exhibit 2, the other person who's depicted there, is that you?
It is not.
However, is that someone who was also in the pageant with you?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what Ms. Grinstead looked like the last time you saw her, October 22nd, 2005?
It is.
Now, at this time, I would tender an evidence States Exhibit 2.
Objection states to.
Nothing in addition to our previous.
Thank you, that's admitted.
May I pose that to the jury?
Sure.
And it's a little dark, but can you tell us what we're looking at in States 2?
That is Tara Grinstead the night of the pageant, as well as one of the pageant contestants.
Okay. Now, and again, I know it's dark, but in the item that we see here in her hand, do you know what that is?
That appears to be her jacket.
Okay. And do you recall, as you said, she had a purse as well that evening?
Yes.
Do you see the purse in this picture?
It's kind of hard to see, but I'm pretty for sure she had the purse in her hand and the jacket on top of it.
Okay. I'm going to show you the previously marked as States Exhibit 3. Please don't display these necessarily to everyone else, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at them yourself. Can you tell me if you recognize those items that were taken out of States 3?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those are the items that she wore that night of the pageant.
And do those appear to be the actual clothing items that Ms. Grinstead wore on the last night you saw her?
They are.
Your Honor, for records purposes, again, there are other items. So what we have done is the vest will be 3A, the coat is 3B, the camisole is 3C, and the necklace is 3D.
All right, you tender those
I will be
items.
tendering those particular pieces.
Mr. Merchant, any objection to 3A, B, and C? Those are admitted without objection. Thank you.
And again, are each of these items that you saw Ms. Grinstead wearing on that date?
Yes.
And are each of these items that you saw Ms. Grinstead wearing, that we see Ms. Grinstead wearing in that picture?
Yes.
Thank you. After Ms. Grinstead left the pageant that evening, did you ever speak with her again?
I did not.
I don't want you to tell me what anyone else told you, but when did you learn that Ms. Grinstead had been reported missing?
Monday afternoon.
And would that have been, what day was the pageant on?
Saturday.
And so would that have been the 2 days later?
Yes.
Did you ever have Ms. Grinstead as a teacher?
I did not.
Now, in this particular case, well, you never had as a teacher, let me ask you, were you familiar with, if she taught at the same school where you went?
She did.
And do you know the defendant in this case, Ryan Duke?
I do not.
Did you know of him or ever see him at the school that you attended?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did you ever see Ryan Duke in the presence of Tara Grinstead?
I did not.
What about Bo Dukes? Did you know Mr. Bo Dukes?
I do not.
Had you ever heard of Mr. Bo Dukes prior to the arrest of the two defendants in 2017?
I have not.
Have you ever seen Bo Dukes in the presence of Tara Grinstead?
I did not.
What was Ms. Grinstead's demeanor when you saw her on October 22nd, 2005?
She was in a great mood. It was a pageant day, so any days that we did pageantry, she was always in a great mood.
And just one judge.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, any cross-examination, Mr. Murphy? Ms. Moore, Mr.
You can turn it off.
Good morning, Ms. Giddens. My name is John Merchant. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Ryan Duke.
Hang on just a second, Mr. Murphy. See if you can figure it out. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, Ms. Giddens, I believe you told us the last time that you saw the condition of Ms. Grinstead's room was about 3 or 4 o'clock on Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, and I assume you never viewed it again after that, correct?
No.
And I assume you have no knowledge about what investigation was done on Monday morning with either folks you knew or law enforcement in her bedroom.
You're correct.
Can y'all hear Mr. Merchant's questions? If you'll speak up, Mr. Merchant, please. Thank you. I think we're having a hard time in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I'll try to speak up. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Ma'am, I've handed you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
That's her front door.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how many locks are on it?
It looks like 2 locks.
I'm going to object to testifying from the exhibit for its tender, and she indicates she's looking at it, not remembering.
Yeah, fair enough, Judge. My apologies. So, ma'am, you recognize that as being a photograph of Ms. Grinstead's front door?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate description of the door as you remember it being in October of 2005?
Yes.
Here at this time, the defense would tender the defense exhibit 1.
All right. Ms. Hart, any objection to D1?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's admitted without objection. Defendant's 1. Thank you.
So, ma'am, I think I asked you before how many locks there were on the door. Can you repeat again what you said?
There appears to be 2.
And one of them appears to be a bolt type lock up top. Is that true?
Yes.
And based on your view of this and your experience in Ms. Grinstead's house, is this a type of lock that can only be locked from the inside?
Yes.
And on the inside door handle, can you tell us what's there?
The inside door handle? You mean the bell? Is that what you're talking about? Or the lock at the top?
On the lower lock, ma'am, does that appear to be a set of chimes?
Yes.
And the purpose of the chimes is to alert Ms. Grinstead when someone's opened the front door?
Yes.
And you have an independent memory of hearing the chimes when the door was open?
I do not.
As you sit here, do you have any personal knowledge about Ms. Grinstead's habit with regard to the upper lock?
I do not.
How about with regard to the car? do you know her habits with regard to locking her car?
I do not.
So you don't know one way or the other whether she always locked her car?
Which she did.
So she did always lock her car?
Yes.
So when she was not in the car, she locked it?
Yes.
And that was her habit and routine?
Mhm.
Would,
I'm sorry.
would it be unusual to learn that the car was unlocked on the car?
It would be. That was precious to her.
Do you know Joe Portier, Dina Harper, or Larry Harper?
I do.
And did you have any knowledge whatsoever about what they did when they were inside the house on the way?
I do not.
And that's true with the doors that were open inside of Ms. Grinstead's bedroom. Do you know one way or the other whether they opened?
I do not.
Speak up a little bit more, please, Mr. Murphy.
My apologies. So the last thing I want to ask you about, ma'am, was Anthony Vickers. Does that name sound familiar to you?
It does.
Are you aware of an incident involving Mr. Vickers coming to Ms. Grinstead's house?
Yes.
And that occurred in the springtime of 2005?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did not.
Were you aware that she was scared of him?
She made no indication.
At this point, it's either calling for hearsay or speculation.
Yeah, I'll hear from you, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, it goes to her state of mind under 8033, whether or not she was fearful of Mr. Vickers, and whether or not she talked to her about it, it would be admissible as an exception.
You get the last, so.
Your Honor, there's been no foundation to show when she had this conversation, how closely she had this conversation, and when the event occurred. It's actually no indication that she heard it directly from Ms. Grinstead. She could have heard it from anyone else in the community.
I understood the witness testified she had never had any conversation concerning this topic. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I sustain that objection.
Ma'am, so did you know Anthony Vickers personally?
I did.
Did you know others who knew him?
Yes.
So it was someone who knew in your circle of community or your social network. You may not have known him personally, but it was among your peer group.
Yes.
And is it true that you believe that, in your words, he was a psycho?
I think
I'm
he.
gonna object, as the relevance of her opinion of Anthony Vickers, again, that would not go towards what Ms. Grinstead believed in Mr. Vickers. It would go personally with your role.
I'll hear from
Mr. Vickers, this involves an incident where Ms. Grinstead filed a formal police report against Mr. Vickers for banging on her front door. So I think I'm going to ask her whether or not, in her personal opinion, she believed Mr. Vickers was psycho.
She's indicated that she had no personal knowledge of it from Ms. Grinstead. The person who was there when that occurred is going to testify. He can certainly ask that person. But at this point, from what I can tell, she knows about it from hearsay and from town gossip.
I understood that the question was, did you ever make a statement you was psycho? Was that correct? Is that what you understood? I'll allow it.
I don't think at that point he was making rash decisions.
In your words, though, he was a psycho.
I think at that point I had said those.
That's all.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Hart?
Did you see Anthony Vickers on the evening of October 22nd, 2005?
I did not.
And again, the last time you saw Tara Grinstead on October 22nd, 2005, what was her demeanor?
She was happy.
No further questions.
You follow up, Mr. Murphy? All right, any reason Mrs. Giddens shouldn't be excused
No, Your Honor, we actually excused.
from the defense?
Yeah, she'd be excused.
Ms. Giddens, I'm going to excuse you at this time. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. The only thing I'll ask is don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this morning with any other witness to the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. You'll be excused at this time.
State with Brett Roberts, who stand, who should be the witness.
All right, yes, Mr. Roberts, you'll step down here, please. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I will.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and give your attention there to Ms. Hart.
I'm gonna get you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please.
Rhett Roberts.
And Mr. Roberts, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Irwin EMC as IT manager.
Okay. How long have you had that job?
In a couple of months, it'll be 15 years.
I'm gonna take you back to October of 2005. Where were you working at that time?
Irwin County High School.
In what capacity?
I was a high school math teacher and football and baseball coach.
Did you know Tara Grinstead, the victim in this case?
Yes.
And how had you met Ms. Grinstead?
We met as co-workers, as both being teachers at the school, and we went out on a few dates.
Okay. Do you recall the time period in which you and Ms. Grinstead went out on those dates?
It was the spring and a little bit of the summer before she went missing.
Do you recall whether or not you saw Ms. Grinstead on October 22nd, 2005, the night of the sweet potato pageant?
Yes.
Now, to clarify, were you at the sweet potato pageant?
I was not at the sweet potato pageant.
Where were you located when you saw Ms. Grinstead that evening?
I was at my home, just grilling out and watching college football games.
At your home, what, watching college football, Ms. Millar?
Just grilling out.
Okay. Was anyone else at the residence with you?
No.
How did you know that Ms. Grinstead was going to stop by before she got there?
I did not.
When she got there, did she call ahead of time, or did she come knock on the door? Tell us what happened in that.
I was inside at the time, and I just heard a knock on the door, and went and opened it, and it was her.
Did Ms. Grinstead come into your home that evening?
She did not.
How long was she at your residence?
Probably around 5 to 10 minutes.
And during that time, did you and she speak?
Yes.
Where were you located physically when you were having that conversation with her?
I stepped outside of the front of the house, and we had a conversation out there.
Do you recall about what time of night it would have been that she came by your residence?
I was watching college football, and it was like halftime of one of the games, so it was around 8:30 or so.
Was it dark outside, light outside your home?
I think it had just gotten dark.
Just got dark. And I know it's been a long time. Do you recall what she would have been wearing that evening when you saw her?
I don't know exactly. I think she might have been in blue jeans and maybe something like comfortable, like a white blouse.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. No, I said I found it. I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 2. Now, have you ever seen this particular picture before?
I don't believe so.
To your knowledge, do you know if she was wearing an outfit similar to this or not similar to this, or do you not recall?
Probably be similar to that.
At the time that, well, let me ask you, where were you living at the time?
600 West 2nd Street, a house in town.
Now, are you familiar with the residence where Ms. Grinstead was living at the time?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that residence?
Actually, my father rented her the house.
So had you been in that residence before she moved in?
Not before she moved in, no.
How far was your home at the time from her residence?
A few blocks.
In which direction?
I would say that would probably be southeast.
Southeast. If you were leaving your house back then, tell us what road you would take or how you get to her home. Do you recall?
I'd probably come up 2nd Street, and I can't remember the exact road that the house was on.
And about how long did it take you to get from your house to her house?
Probably a minute or so.
When she left your home, do you recall, was she driving?
She was driving, yes.
And What kind of vehicle was she in?
She was in her white sports car.
Was anyone else with her when she was at your home?
No,
Do you recall in which direction she headed when she left?
I believe she went west.
Would that have been towards her home or away from her home?
That would have been away from her home.
Just a moment.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Roberts. How are you?
Doing good.
Do you remember if Tara had the car clean?
I don't remember being in her vehicle.
Okay. Do you remember seeing her vehicle when she drove it?
Yes. I mean, I would imagine she would keep it clean.
And the night that you saw her, that you just testified about, you saw her in her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mud on the tires?
No.
Do you remember an incident where you were at a ballpark with her and she indicated she was scared of Anthony Vickers?
Judge, your second.
And that's what she said. She said if he remembers being there when she was actually scared, not what she said.
Judge,
Didn't you just ask me what she said?
I did not. I said if she was scared, or I said that she indicated she was scared. But I can rephrase it to make
Please,
sure.
I sustain that objection. Please rephrase your question.
Without saying anything that Ms. Grinstead said to you specifically, do you remember being at a game where somehow you sensed that she was scared of Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
And do you remember some incidents between Ms. Grinstead and Mr. Vickers?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point, lacking foundation for his knowledge. Sounds like it would be hearsay.
His foundation for his knowledge, Judge, is the exact question I asked
Well, I think you can ask him that question and we'll see what the response is. So I will rule that objection.
Are you familiar with an incident
Am I familiar with one?
between Ms. Grinstead and Mr. Vickers?
For a fact, I don't know, and I've heard rumors, but it's only rumor.
Thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Hart?
Did the incident that they're discussing and that they're asking you about, the information that you had about Anthony Vickers and her being scared of him, how did you get that information?
I just felt like she was walking briskly toward, the car and was just trying to avoid a situation.
Did you hear her say anything? Is that how you knew what it was about, or was it just an assumption that you made?
It was probably an assumption.
Okay. And that particular incident, was that after you had heard rumors about something happening at her home with Anthony Vickers?
At that point, I'd known nothing about it.
Okay, so this was before. How long before she went missing would that incident at the ball field have occurred?
Well, it was a high school game, so it would have to be the spring.
In the spring?
Yes.
And so we're talking about 6 months before she went missing in October of 2005?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any follow-up?
Thank you, Judge.
Do you remember when you first gave, I believe it's Special Agent Murray, an interview in this case?
There's been 2 or 3. Which one's Murray?
The first one, November 3rd, 2005 at 4:15 p.m. with Special Agent Carl Murray at your residence in Ocilla, Irwin County. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And do you remember telling him that there was an incident when you first started dating Ms. Grinstead between Vickers and Grinstead? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember. I mean, that interview's been 15 years.
Okay. And so, do you think that the notes from that interview would probably be more reliable than your memory at this point?
Yes, I would say that the notes from any of my statements would be better than my memory.
So if the notes indicate that you told Agent Murray about an incident between Vickers and Grinstead at the ball field, do you have any reason to dispute that?
I have no reason to dispute it.
And if you told the agent about an incident where Vickers showed up at Grinstead's residence at night, banging on her door, trying to get in contact with her, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I wouldn't.
And if you told the agent that you recalled a time where you were physically with her at a baseball game and standing by her when Vickers approached her, would you have any reason to doubt that you would say that?
If it's written down in my statement, that's probably what I was recollecting at the time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Ms. Hart, anything further?
Anything, well, let me ask this differently. Were you ever physically present to see Anthony Vickers threaten Tara Grinstead in any way?
No.
In this particular case, how many times were you interviewed by law enforcement?
At least 4 or 5, possibly more.
Would it be fair to say that at one point you believed you were a suspect in her disappearance?
That would be correct.
No further questions. Nothing else, thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Roberts, thank you for your testimony, sir. I'm going to excuse you at this time. Only thing I'm going to ask you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this morning with any other witness in the case until our case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. You be excused.
Is that, am I released?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. All right, 5 till noon, do you have time for a short witness, or do you have a short witness, or is this a good time to break?
I have what I believe will be a short witness. I don't think it's a 5-minute witness, though.
All right, y'all got, can you handle one more witness before break? Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
State call Jared Luke to the stand.
Stretch if you want to. Good morning, sir. Just about lunchtime. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm that evidence you're going to provide in the hearing in this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and give your attention there to Ms. Hart.
I need you to introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Jared Luke. I am assistant principal here at the high school and middle school. I'm born and raised in Ocilla, been here my whole life.
And you said you're an assistant principal. How long have you been the assistant principal?
This is going on my 3rd year.
Prior to being the assistant principal, did you work at the school?
I did.
In what capacity?
I was a teacher.
How long have you been a teacher?
This is my 12th year.
Now I want to direct your attention back to 2005.
Okay.
How old would you have been in 2005?
17.
Did you know Tara Grinstead, the victim in this case?
I did.
How did you know Ms. Grinstead?
She taught me in high school.
Were you still in high school in October of 2005 when she went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have her for one class or more than one class?
I don't recall. I know I had it for U.S. history.
Okay. What year would that have been?
My junior year, I believe.
Would that have been the same year that she went missing or a year before?
Year before.
Now, the weekend that she went missing, did you have, and I don't want you to tell me what she said, but did you have an occasion to speak with her or see her leading up to that weekend?
Yes.
And why was it that you either spoke or saw Ms. Grinstead leading up to that weekend?
Well, I saw her at school, of course.
Yes, sir.
And then she also kept my dog that weekend that she went missing.
Okay. And what kind of dog did you have?
A German Shepherd.
How old was your dog?
He was a puppy. He was less than a year old.
Why did you need Ms. Grinstead to keep your dog for you?
I didn't. She offered to keep the dog that weekend. She also had a German Shepherd named Dolly. She knew I had just gotten a puppy, German Shepherd, and so we both had a love for German Shepherds. And she knew we were going out of town. She offered to keep Duke that weekend for me.
Okay. Now, did you personally take your dog to her house?
I believe I did.
And do you recall what day of the week that would have been?
It would have been on Friday because we left that day.
And then, did you ever return to her residence?
Yes, I did.
What day did you return to her residence? What day of the week did you return to her residence?
That Sunday.
That Sunday. Now, when you returned on Sunday, was your dog still there?
No.
Did you know that your dog was not going to be there?
I did know that.
How had your dog gotten away from her residence?
My brother came and picked my dog up that Saturday.
Okay. And were you aware that your brother was going to go pick the dog up on Saturday?
Yes.
Now, why then did you go to her residence on Sunday?
Because he picked the dog up on Saturday, but did not pick up the food and water bowl and all that. So all the accessories, I guess you would say, were still there.
Okay. Now, again, I don't want you to tell me what she said, but did you speak with Miss Grinstead after your brother had picked up the dog?
I don't remember speaking with her on the phone. I think my sister did speak with her. One of us did, but
Yes.
I don't remember speaking to her.
Okay. Now, what was your brother's name who went and picked up the dog?
Philip Luke,
And what was your sister's name?
Lee Luke.
Had you ever been to her residence prior to dropping the dog off on Friday?
Not that I recall. I knew where she lived. It was a small town, so I knew exactly where she lived, but I don't ever recall being there or going inside or anything of that nature.
When you went to drop your dog off, did you go take the dog inside the house or somewhere else?
There was a backyard. There's a fenced-in backyard, and that's where I dropped the dog off that I recall.
Do you recall she was present on Friday when you dropped the dog off?
I don't believe she was, no.
And then when you went back on Sunday to pick up the water bowl and the other items, where did you go to get those items?
First, when I got there, I pulled up in the yard. I went to the front door, knocked on the door. Nobody answered the door. When I didn't get an answer, I walked around through the gate in the backyard to on the left side of a garage.
Yes, sir.
The food and water bowl were told that they were in the shed and it was in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
So I went to the shed, opened the shed, food and water bowl were there. I retrieved them, went back to my truck and left.
I'm going to show you, it's shown to defense counsel have been marked as State's Exhibits 35 through 39.
Okay.
Ask you to take a look at those for me, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And are each of those true and accurate depictions of the scene at the backyard and the residence of Miss Grinstead as it appeared October of 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender into evidence State's Exhibits 35 through 39.
Any objections? Thank you, Dr. Meade, you got it.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay. Now, if I do this right, they're going to appear on that screen in front of you.
okay.
Can you see what's depicted in State's 35?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at in State's 35?
Looks like her backyard, looks like her garage. Her car is under the garage. And to the left there in the back middle of the picture on the left side would have been where the shed, yeah, that would have been where the shed was at.
Okay. Now, when you parked to go pick up the water bowl, can you tell us in connection with where her car is, where it is you would have parked?
I pulled right behind her car, if I remember correctly,
Okay. So,
to the best of my knowledge.
do you recall about what time of day or night it was that you went there on Sunday?
It was, I know in my previous statement that I read earlier today, it said 7:30 or 8, but it was still daylight outside on that Sunday when I went. So it was not dark yet.
Sunday at daylight hours, you recall parking behind her vehicle at her residence?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37. And can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at there, please?
That is her dog, Dolly.
Okay. And this fence that we see, have you ever seen that fence before?
Not in my recollection, I don't.
I know you said that's her dog, Dolly. Are you able to tell us where it is Dolly appears to be in that picture?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what we're looking at in State's 38?
No, ma'am. I mean, I'm assuming it's her house, but I don't know what side of the house it is.
Okay, that's I don't want you to assume, but you don't know which portion of the house it is.
Correct.
Okay. However, does it appear to be one side of the house that you went to that day? Not necessarily the side of the house that you went, but does it appear to be the same house?
It appears to be the same house, yes.
Okay, sorry, that was a poorly worded question. States 39, do you recognize what we're looking at there?
That's the shed in the backyard.
Okay, and would that be the shed that you discussed earlier?
It would be, yes, ma'am.
If we're looking at the front of the house,
Uh-huh.
at the front door, is that shed to the right or to the left?
To the right, to the best of my knowledge.
So when you parked behind her vehicle that afternoon, would you have walked to the right or to the left?
I first went to the right to the door. This
Okay.
shed is in the backyard on
Yes,
the
sir.
back right corner,
Yes, sir.
from what I remember.
Okay,
So when I got out of my truck, I would have walked at like an angle to the door.
okay. So I'm going to show you another picture that's already been tendered, which is State's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Can you tell us then, looking at this, does this depict the approximate location of where you may have parked that day?
It depicts her front door. I wouldn't have pulled up right behind her car. Like,
Okay.
wouldn't have been right behind it. I would have pulled in the driveway that is the straight path to her garage.
Yes, sir.
And then walked across the yard from the middle, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't have went at a 90-degree angle to the front door. I'd have went across the middle of the yard.
Okay. And now I know it's hard to see in these, but did she have a pathway leading up to the door that you can recall?
I vaguely remember one, but don't specifically recall a pathway.
Okay.
But seeing that picture does like there may have been stones leading up to it.
Okay. And then what about States 44?
Yes,
Again,
ma'am.
looking at that, can you tell us where you would have been parked?
The bottom left corner down here, where you see this pathway leading.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhere in that area is where I would have parked.
Okay.
And then I'd have walked directly in front of that pine tree to the door.
Okay. So to be clear, and I apologize, I'm having to look at it upside down when I put
Gotcha.
it up here, but you're saying you walked in front of this pine tree?
Correct.
So would this bed of straw that I'm pointing to here have been in front of you or behind you when you walked up there?
It would have been behind me.
Okay. Were you inspecting the straw to see if there was anything laying in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If there had been something laying in that straw, do you think that you may have missed it, or you may have seen it, or you just don't know?
I just don't know.
Okay. So I understand. Are you telling the jury there was not anything in the straw, or you just don't know?
I didn't see anything in the straw.
Okay.
I didn't see anything on the ground or in the straw. No, I didn't.
Were you looking for anything?
I was not looking for anything either.
Okay. And then lastly, States 36. I'm sort of jumping around, but I apologize. This is one where you identify, and I know it's difficult to see, but I believe is this part, and I can bring it to you if you need to because it's hard to see on here. Would this have been the shed side of the house that you recall?
Will you bring it to me, please?
It's extremely difficult to see when it's printed.
I can't make out what that is.
That's fine. I appreciate it. I think I may have asked you this, but to be clear, did anyone else go with you to her residence on October 22nd of 2005?
No, ma'am. Nobody went with me. When I left, my cousin did walk. They lived catty corner to Miss Grinstead. Bryson Boykins was his name. He did walk over, and we had a conversation right there in the driveway.
Yes, sir.
And then he left, and I left.
And what was his name again?
Bryson Boykin.
Okay. And that conversation, I'm assuming, did that have anything to do with this case?
No, not at all.
And I want to clarify, when you say you initially walked to the front door, why did you walk to the front door?
To knock on it.
Did you knock on it?
I did.
Did anyone come to the front door?
Nobody.
And the entire time you were there that day, how long would that have taken?
In my statement previously that I read right before this, it said I was there for approximately 15 minutes. That seems far-fetched. I would assume probably 7-8 minutes.
Okay.
Knock on the door. I walked to the left. Her car was on my right. Walked through the gates. Walked right to the shed in the back.
Yes, sir.
Got the food and water bowl. Walked back out. I talked to Bryson for just a second. He parted ways. I went my own way.
Okay.
So 5-8 minutes.
During that time frame, however long it was, did anyone ever come out of the residence?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever see Tara Grinstead again?
I did not. No, ma'am.
Ma'am, just a moment. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Gibbs, any questions questions, Mr. Luke?
I do, Your Honor. So, Mr. Luke, it was Sunday, October 23rd, is when you visited Ms. Grinstead's residence to get the, I think you called dog accessories.
Correct.
And you said it was about 7:30 or so that afternoon.
Somewhere around that time, it was still daylight hours.
So it was daylight.
Correct.
Did you have any trouble seeing your surroundings when you got to Ms. Grinstead's house?
No, sir.
When you arrived at her house, you parked in the driveway behind her car.
Correct.
And you walked from your vehicle directly to her front door first.
Correct.
And when you were walking to her front door, you did not see a glove anywhere in that yard when you were walking to her front door.
I did not, no, sir.
And you didn't see no kind of trash or other debris in
No,
the front
sir.
yard. And you went to her front door, you testified you knocked on the door.
Correct.
No one answered the door.
Correct.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary about the door?
No, sir.
No marks or anything like that to indicate that it has been forced open, nothing like that?
No, sir.
And there was no answer to the door.
Correct.
And you said you walked around the left side. You left the front door and you walked around the left side of her house.
Correct.
And when you walked from the front door of her house around towards the backyard, did you see a glove or anything like that in her yard?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you went in the backyard, you got the water bowl and other accessories,
Correct.
and then you left the backyard.
Correct.
And you walked back to your truck.
Correct.
And on the walk from the backyard to your truck, did you see a glove on the ground anywhere in Miss Grinstead's yard?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you testified that you spoke to your cousin, I believe, for a few minutes in Miss Grinstead's yard.
Correct.
And during that conversation, you didn't see a glove anywhere in Miss Grinstead's yard.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you testified it was daylight. She had no trouble seeing Miss Grinstead's yard during this conversation.
Correct.
And again, this was Sunday, October 23rd, about 7:30.
Correct.
No further questions?
All right, do you read right inside?
Showing you again State's Exhibit 4. The location of where her vehicle is depicted in State's Exhibit 4, would that be consistent with where you saw her vehicle on Sunday, October 23rd, 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
And the conversation that you had with your cousin, did that take place in the yard or did it take place back at your vehicle?
Where you're pointing at now?
Back at where your vehicle would have been?
Correct.
Okay. So to your knowledge, did you ever see your cousin come up to this location?
No, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Follow up, Mr. Gibbs. All right, Mr. Luke, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to,
Am I released?
just say,
Okay.
you're welcome to stay, go, you are released. But
Gotcha.
don't discuss the testimony you've given here to this jury this morning with any other witness to this case until the case is over, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Luke, and be on your way. All right, suit y'all to take a lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch. Understand y'all's food is being brought in for you. So if y'all will adjourn to the jury room, we'll be in recess until 1:15 for lunch. All right, if y'all will just step right in there and then we'll get you to the food. All right, Mr. Norton, let me speak with you for just a minute.
people can hear over there. And keep talking, keep talking. This is a witness stand, John. This is witness's mic. Okay, John, just stay right there. Turn it up as nice. Now this is the approach, far right-hand side button, John. Approach number 2, all the way to your right. And this is, and they stand out here, John, a little bit more. And this is approach 1, far second one over there. And now this is a podium approach. The podium approach. 1, 2, 3. But she stood over here a little bit longer. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Do you hear? Now listen. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't hear anything? I was hearing something like a little bit of feedback there for like the speaker. Listen to the speaker. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. You hear that? Here, right here, right in here. Mic check. 1, 2. Now here. 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a little. Are you okay with that audio? You okay with that? Mic check. 1, 2. Now, John, would you have a problem with put this microphone over on the approach? You think that's good? Or you rather, because it's more directional, because they stand here. This microphone is. What do you want? Tell me.
That's what we do is we adjust.
I think that like this right here. To show you. What?
Oh, you know what? You gotta get approval from her because.
Well, I'm just going to sit here. Let me just show you something. Look at this.
They wanted to record me, was it?
Sure.
Hold on.
No, I'm just, this is a very much large, loud room.
Yes.
Good grief.
All right, John. This is the approach 1. Let me check this one. Approach 1. That's going to be on the floor. Approach 1. Mic check. 1, 2. Look at this. She knows old school. No, you'd rather. I mean, what?
If it was just me, I'd probably be fine with it. I don't think the attorneys are because they walk around.
What about right here, Lindsay? What about right here? If I take this right to here. No.
I'm afraid I think they're gonna send us in the way of the jury.
All right, fine. Watch it. You know what? Done. All right, so supposedly we won't get any feedback. Now we've gone all around. We're not getting any feedback now.
You hear that buzzing? I heard that stop just a minute ago. What do you mean? I heard it stop. I swear, unless I'm making that.
No, I think it.
Crazy.
No.
This morning, I think I have been crazy, but
There's a buzz that's the one where he's putting up there.
yeah.
Because it's quiet now, that maybe,
Okay, yeah. Maybe that's right.
but that's from over there, that's.
Okay.
I want to do something.
That's the one causing the issues.
Apart, so yeah.
But you hear this, John. This is the talking. auxiliary box. Think you can hear this clearly. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. We are here in the courthouse.
I can hear you as clear as day. I don't know if it's because you talk well and you're loud, or if it's the microphone.
I'll go right here. Go ahead.
John, this is mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
It's not going through.
Is that, you don't hear it, brother? Check, 1, 2.
There we go.
That
I
I
hear it.
That one.
So you really gotta talk into this thing.
So no, yeah, and that's where it causes feedback when you go like that and you're really,
Yeah.
and it's causing, because then the the speakers are here.
I mean, because that needle's not bouncing at all.
Well,
It's all fine. It's all fine.
I'd rather have it not bounce,
Yeah.
because it's like,
found it.
it's way.
Okay.
I was listening. I was like, boy, you're gonna have he was having a hard time. I was listening. I was like, you tried. I heard you pull them down. I heard you do everything. Pull down.
Okay, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
See, I hear
7,
that
8. I think because he's turning it up a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
He's turning it up with just a hair, just to keep going, so it's really clear. So,
Okay, I heard it there.
Yes.
all you have to make sure we're not getting any feedback on our mics when you pop them up. So, just work out that, so I'm the partner that was not listening.
Who do you want? Witness us?
You do whatever you get. Let's do them all. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I can hear them very nicely now.
Yeah, I hear it too.
You can just pop them off. And then,
Okay.
yeah, there's no, can you hear them clearly? Okay.
Please be seated. All right, I think and hope we have our sound issues resolved, at least for a little while. Anything we need to take up before we ask the jury to join us? From the defense? Thank y'all. All right, ask the jury to come on in, please. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Got one more making her way down. Hope you enjoyed a good lunch, had a nice break. Let me ask you two gentlemen seated here at the end of both rows. From where you're positioned, can you see the witness's face when they are testifying? Yes? Yes? Okay. All right. Good deal. As you recall, ladies and gentlemen, when we broke for lunch, the state was still presenting their case. So, Ms. Hart, if you'll please call your next witness.
Second call, Philip Luke to the stand. Philip Luke.
This is Mr. Luke. Come on down. Thank you, sir. Right down here. Good afternoon. Before you're seated, Mr. Luke, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated right there and give your attention to Ms. Hart. She'll direct your testimony.
I want you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please, sir.
My name is Philip Luke.
And Mr. Luke, I'm going to tell you to speak up just a little bit for me. Perfect, thank you.
My name is Philip Luke.
Mr. Luke, do you know someone named Jared Luke?
I do. That's my brother.
And who's older, you or Jared?
I am.
Back in 2005, October 2005, how old would you have been?
18, I believe.
And did you know someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
I did.
How did you know Tara Grinstead?
She was actually my high school teacher and had some family connections.
Had some family connections?
She helped my younger sister with pageants.
Okay. And what would that younger sister's name have been?
Lindy.
Lindy. Now, did you ever have the occasion to go to Miss Grinstead's residence?
I did.
Once or more than once?
From my recollection, just once.
And what was the reason that you went to her residence?
To retrieve our family dog.
Now, when you went to her residence, do you recall what day of the week that would have been?
It would have been a Saturday.
And do you recall about what time of the day it was?
It was Saturday afternoon. I'm not sure what time exactly.
Fine. When you got to the residence, do you recall if her vehicle was home or not?
Yes, her vehicle was there.
And did you approach the door at any point?
I did. I knocked on her door.
Did anyone answer the door?
They did not.
What did you do after no one answered the door?
Our dog was in the backyard with her dog, and they had I believe, a gated backyard.
Yes, sir.
So just got my dog and we left, and I believe I texted my mama and asked her to, call and let Tara know that we had retrieved the dog.
Okay. Now, did anyone go with you to the residence that day?
They did.
Who went with you to the residence that day?
Zane Deal.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, do you know the defendant in this case, Ryan Duke?
I do.
How do you know Ryan Duke?
I knew him in high school.
Okay.
I was friends with Jake.
And who is Jake?
Jake would be Bo's brother.
So to be clear, would that be Jake Dukes?
Jake Dukes.
And did you ever have an occasion to attend any parties at a place in Ben Hill County that was owned or leased by the Dukes family?
I don't recall any parties out there.
Okay. And specifically, we're talking about the Pecan Orchard area. Do you ever remember going to any bonfires out there?
Not personally, no.
Did you ever spend, do you have personal knowledge if Zane Deal and Ryan Duke were friends or not?
Yes, ma'am, I believe they were.
And did you ever interact with them at the same time?
I'm sure I did.
Did Zane Deal ever get out of the vehicle that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did either of you ever go into the residence?
No, ma'am.
Did either of you ever try the door to see if it was unlocked?
No, ma'am.
Now, you said your younger sister was in pageants.
That's correct.
Do you recall if she was in the pageant that was going on that particular day?
She was not.
So do you have any idea what time the pageant was going on that day?
I do not.
And did you see anyone else at the house, Ms. Grinstead's house, at the time you were there?
I did not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Ms. Gibbs, you're up.
Your Honor. Zane Dill was with you when you went to Miss Grinstead's house.
That's correct.
You don't know where Zane Dill went later Saturday evening.
At the time, I did not.
And as you sit here today, you don't know where he was Saturday evening, October 22nd.
I cannot personally attest to where he was at.
You personally knew Ryan Duke at the time of Miss Grinstead's disappearance, right?
I did.
And other people in your friend group, I guess you had overlapping friends, knew Ryan as well.
Sure.
Ryan had a reputation as a peaceful, non-violent person, didn't he?
He did.
And he had a reputation for being trustworthy.
I would agree, yes.
Overall, Ryan was considered a nice guy.
Yes.
Polite.
Yeah.
You also knew Bo Dukes at the time of Miss Grinstead's disappearance, didn't you?
I did.
And other people similar to Ryan, sort of friend groups overlapped, and people you knew Bo.
Sure.
Bo had a reputation as a liar, didn't he?
He did.
And as between Mr. Dukes, Mr. Ryan Duke and Mr. Bo Dukes, Bo was considered the more dominant of those two individuals, wasn't he?
He was.
No further questions?
Can you follow up, Ms. Hart?
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach for just a moment?
Sure. Ms. Hart, I'll hear from you.
Judge, as I've already indicated, clearly on the testimony, they not only brought up his character for truthfulness, they also brought up his
Being a good guy,
being a good guy.
wasn't that the question?
That was the question. That is just completely blatant good character evidence, which under the rules of evidence that we have, opens the door to bad character evidence.
Okay. Want some water in here? She'll help you with some water. Thank you.
Judge, I apologize for the delay.
Oh, just, I'm sorry, the jury door's open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Yes, sir. You're fine. Take your time. Ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Under 404A1, we're entitled to offer good character evidence from Mr. Duke. We're entitled, as a defense, to open the character door to the extent we wish to open the character door, in particular traits of character. The state is limited in cross-examination to the scope of the traits we put into issue. And I'm not sure exactly what the state intends to present in rebuttal, but they would be limited to rebutting the specific traits that we put into evidence through this case.
The good guy trait.
Well,
I mean, that's pretty.
yes, Your Honor.
I mean, truthfulness is one specific thing. Reliability, I think, was another one, another specific thing. Good guy is pretty wide, right?
I understand, Your Honor, but we also ask specific questions about other specific traits.
I agree.
We may need a thought from the state on what the proposed character evidence is if they wish to rebut it.
I don't have any problem with that. Can you summarize that real quick?
Specifically, I believe this witness would testify that the defendant, Ryan Duke, prior to the murder of Tara Grinstead, had depression issues, and that in fact this witness was often worried that Ryan would hurt himself because of his mental health issues. I would also intend to ask him if he's aware of any of his prior arrests, because at this point, him being a good guy is about as general as you can get with character evidence.
All right, you get the last say, Mr. Merchant.
Yes, on the last issue, Your Honor, the issue of arrests, the Supreme Court has been clear on that the fact that someone's been arrested for something is proof of nothing. Because of the presumption of innocence, the fact that the police have arrested somebody, there's no relationship whatsoever to admissible character evidence. That's clear. And so, as far as it relates to the issues related to Mr. Duke's mental health, I don't know necessarily that we'll have any problem with that, because we understand that the state wants to do that, that's fine.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Judge, it's very interesting that they're indicating I can't use an arrest as character evidence, considering the fact that.
I got it.
Yes. And actually, that if Your Honor doesn't want me to go further, that's the state's position, that is allowed for me to ask him if he has a knowledge of that DUI.
Which was never adjudicated one way or the other. Is that right?
I don't believe so, Judge, but I would have to verify that. The truth is, I've never intended to go into that DUI because I cannot believe they opened the door this quickly. And so I don't have that conviction in front of me. I would simply be asking him if he's aware of that. I would probably also be asking him, there's an incident that occurred in which a fight took place. It was discussed with one of the jurors earlier. I would ask if he has any knowledge of that fight that I believe the defendant took place in part in.
Your Honor, let me be heard once more. The state has to have a good faith basis for asking a specific witness as to certain facts. They can't ask a witness with obviously no knowledge of it, a leading question designed to affect the jury. So we need to know, outside the presence of the jury, whether the state has a good faith basis to believe this witness has any information whatsoever about the arrest.
About the DUI arrest.
About any arrest they intend to talk about in front of the jury.
You know anything about it?
I may have heard of the arrest for DUI, but I didn't have any first-hand knowledge of it.
You weren't there.
May I ask, sorry, the fight that I've just referenced, in which a lot of people were involved in that fight, do you know what fight I'm talking about?
I do believe I know the fight that you're talking about, but I was not present at the fight.
Okay, and how do you know about that fight?
Just through word of mouth, I guess, hearing people discuss it.
Have you ever discussed it with Ryan Duke?
No, ma'am, not that I know of, not that I recall.
Judge, I think I have a right to ask the question as it relates to the DUI. If in fact has been arrested for DUI.
He doesn't know about it. You can ask somebody else. I don't think this is an appropriate witness for that. All right, mental health stuff. Go ahead, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The fight, the DUI, I think the door is
To a different
open.
witness?
To a different witness.
Absolutely.
All right, ask the jury to join us, please. Yeah. What were you telling me? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have done everything prior to today to get this case ready to deliver to you. Sometimes things just come up that I'll have to ask you to step outside. Nobody's trying to hide anything from you or anything. We just have rules we have to play by, and sometimes I need to speak with the attorneys outside your presence. Okay, so thank you for your patience with that. Don't read too much into it. Did one of the jurors, I understand, mention you couldn't see the witness from the screen? Thank you. Good deal. We'll just have to move it up and down. We'll take it down for the time being. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Ms. Hart, you can continue.
Mr. Luke, you knew Ryan Duke before Tara Grinstead went missing, is that right?
That's correct.
And defense counsel just asked you several questions about what you felt and what his reputation was. So let me ask you this. Are you aware of any specific mental health problems that Ryan Duke had before Tara Grinstead was murdered?
I do believe he had some depression issues, but I never confirmed that directly with Ryan himself.
Understand. Was that from your observation of Ryan?
Observation and then others that spoke of it.
So that was something that amongst your friend group that was discussed?
I would say yes, at least a few times.
And do you recall if you were ever afraid, in fact, that Ryan may try and hurt himself because of his depression issues?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with, or would you agree with me that his depression...
I'm sorry?
Actually changed it so it wasn't going to be leading.
All right, we'll just start over.
Thank you.
Don't ask the leading question. Thank you.
Would you agree with me that it appeared to you that Ryan's depression was severe enough that it was affecting his behavior? Specific question that's not leading.
I overrule that objection. Thank you.
You can answer, sorry.
Or what time frame are we talking here, though? Are we talking high school or?
Anytime before Tara Grinstead went missing.
So prior to her going missing, I don't believe I had that much interaction or contact with Ryan.
Yes, sir.
So I honestly don't know what his mental state would have been leading up to that.
Okay. So then the questions that defense counsel asked you about his reputation, would those have been before she went missing or after she went missing?
Before.
Before. So the fact that you indicated that you thought he was a good guy, what was that based on?
My interactions with Ryan before she went missing.
Okay. And you don't recall indicating to me at some point, do you recall indicating to me at some point that you were concerned about his depression issues prior to Ms. Grinstead going missing?
I don't believe I did, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. When's the last time that you actually interacted with Ryan Duke?
Well before Miss Grinstead went missing. Maybe 2004.
Okay. So you've actually not had any contact with him since 2004?
Personally, no, but there were some things that happened after she went missing that, again, it wasn't me directly talking with Ryan.
Yes.
But
amongst your friend group, would you say there was an issue or concerns?
Amongst my friend group, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I was slightly younger than them by a few years, so.
Yes, sir. So I just want to be clear, in the statements that you've made about Ryan's personality, do you really know what Ryan was like at all in October of 2005?
I do not.
And as it related to his relationship with Bo Dukes, how would you describe their friendship?
I would have described them as best friends.
No further questions.
Mr. Gibbs, any follow-up? All right, Mr. Luke, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. Only thing I'll ask you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given here this afternoon with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Call your next witness, please. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state will call Troy Davis to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Mr. Davis?
Yes.
All right, if you'll please step down here, thank you. Before you're seated, sir, raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, please start.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please.
My name is Troy Davis.
Now, I believe it's actually Dr. Davis, is that correct?
It is. We don't use that a lot, but it is.
Okay. Well, Dr. Davis, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with St. Johns County School District as a federal programs director.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Coming up on 2 years.
You said St. John's, is that what you said?
St. Johns County,
Where is that?
St. Augustine, Florida.
And prior to working at St. John's in that capacity, have you had an occasion to work in education over the years?
Yes, I have.
How long have you worked in the education system?
Oh, 30 years.
Did you ever work in the education system here in Ocilla, Georgia?
I did.
And how long did you work here in Ocilla?
1991 till 2005.
Are you originally from this area?
I am from Pearson, Georgia.
Pearson. Okay. During the time period in which you worked here, what different jobs what capacities did you work here in the Ocilla school system?
I served as an assistant principal, a principal, director, curriculum director, school superintendent.
Okay. Taking you back to 2005 and before, did you have an occasion to meet someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
Yes.
And how did you know Ms. Grinstead?
She was a teacher in our school district.
And at the time that Ms. Grinstead came to work here, were you superintendent or do you recall?
I don't recall.
When you left here as superintendent, where did you go to work?
Lowndes County.
Do you recall at the time that she went missing if you were working here or in Lowndes County?
I was in Lowndes County.
Now, in the weeks leading up to Ms. Grinstead going missing, did you ever have cause to worry about her mental health?
Well, I was concerned about Tara. I'm not a mental health expert, but I was concerned about Tara.
Now, I don't want to go into anything Tara said to you, but did there come an occasion in which you had to assist Tara in getting back to her house or into her house?
Into her house, yes.
And don't tell me what anyone said, but who called you when that incident occurred?
My then wife called me.
And what was her name?
Missy.
Missy. Did you then go to Tara's home or somewhere else?
I actually went to her home. I was driving from Valdosta, and I went to her home from Valdosta.
When you got to Tara's residence, was anyone else there?
There were.
Who else was there?
As I recalled, Dina and Larry Harper were there. Joe Portier was there.
Yes, sir.
And I want to think there may have been one or two other people, but I don't recall.
Now, do you know what the relationship was that Larry and Dina Harper had to Tara?
Their son had previously dated Tara,
To your knowledge, first of all, what was their son's name?
Marcus.
To your knowledge, was Marcus Harper and Tara Grinstead, were they dating at the time this incident occurred?
To my knowledge, no.
And when you arrived at the residence that day, where was Tara?
She was in her car.
In her car?
In her car.
What kind of vehicle was that? You know the color?
It's white sports car,
Okay. Was she in the driver's seat or the passenger seat?
passenger seat.
And how did Tara wind up getting into her house that day?
I carried Tara in after trying to talk her into going to the inside.
At that point, how long had you known Tara?
I don't know. I don't recall. I mean,
In addition to having known her through the school system, would it be fair to say you were somewhat of a mentor to Tara?
yes, I would say that.
And had Tara ever visited in your home?
She had.
Now, on that particular day, can you describe for us Tara's demeanor?
She was very upset, very distraught, crying.
And when you took Tara into her house, what did you do with her?
I laid her on the couch, on her couch in her living room.
Well, did anyone else come in the residence with you?
Yes,
Who came in the residence with
Joe
you?
Portier and Dina Harper did. I can't recall if anybody else did.
How long did you stay at her residence that evening?
Till 2 a.m. that morning, roughly.
Were you the only one there besides Tara?
Joe Portier stayed until probably the last 10 minutes
Yes, sir. Why did you stay at her residence until 2 a.m.?
because I was not sure about Tara at that point, where she wanted to leave and we did not want her to leave.
Okay. Now, jumping forward to the weekend that Tara went missing, did you have an occasion to see Tara the weekend of October 22nd, 23rd, into the 24th?
Whatever the Saturday was,
And where were you when you saw her on Saturday?
at my home.
Who else was there?
At the time that Tara came, Gloria and Stan Mix, Larry and Dina Harper, my children, Missy. I don't recall if anyone else was there at that time.
And what was going on at your house that all those people were there?
Well, it was a University of Georgia football game that afternoon, so we watched